Hello, 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 everybody. Hello. I still have this sample user thing up. Sorry that I was a little bit late. Aw, thank you. The trial isn't the same without me. Thank you, Colleen. Thank you for the super chat. That is so, so sweet of you. Yay, Devo. Have you heard us calling for you when you have not been here? Good morning, Rainbow Bright. Come on, kitty. Uh, good morning, Uncle Roger. Good morning, Matt. Mello. Good morning, Warflare. Good morning, I'm Not Perfect, Just Forgiven. Good morning, Zenjen. Good morning, Becky. Okay, so yes, I've just heard rumors that good morning LP Travels. Yes, everybody's fed. My little beanlet was up like all night last night. Good morning, the good Donna. Good morning, Molly. Okay, so let's go ahead. It is freezing here, first of all. I live in upstate New York and I am frozen solid, so I might need to move. It's like 50 degrees out. I might need to move a heater in here because I'm dying of freezingness. I've like not been able to control my body temperature for like the past 5 years. I'm gonna probably have to bring in a heating pad or something to keep myself warm. Okay, so that is good morning, home office. Good morning, Sherry D, Gay Schultz, and Yak Love, and Gila. All right, so I hear that the rumor is that we might see Charlie. It is just a rumor. I was kind of hoping that they'd put him on right after Rob so we could have the 1, 2, 3 punch of here's all of her children and they're all saying a different thing and they all have a completely different demeanor based on how guilty they are or not. But I don't think it's going to be good for Donna if Charlie gets on that stand. This is my feelings about Charlie. And hold on, let me take a sip of this drink because I'm so exhausted. Okay. So, yes, Zenjen, I know. I lived in Florida for like 23 years. So I'm fine. I grew up in upstate New York. I grew up in Watkins Glen, New York. And if you know Watkins Glen, you know it for one of two things. Either NASCAR, because we are like the only road track that NASCAR runs through, which means there's like, it's not just an oval, like it actually turns and stuff. But there was also this huge concert in 1973 called Summer Jam. And it was the Grateful Dead, the band, and the Allman Brothers played. And there were more people there than Woodstock. They sold like 10,000 tickets and 600,000 people showed up. And you have to understand, Watkins Glen is this big. I graduated with 100 people in my class. And my grandfather was actually the mayor at the time that this was going on. And he said that it was just so hectic because literally people were parking like what is normally like a 20-minute drive and walking the distance. I mean, if you Google Summer Jam Watkins Glen, the pictures are absolutely insane. Literally, people were just abandoning their cars on the road because it was so, I mean, we're not equipped for that. It's just not like nobody was prepared. And it's so funny because I heard this funny story about this guy that like wandered into one of the local businesses downtown and he was completely naked except for one shoe. And the guy's like, where's your other shoe? He's like, oh, this is the one I've been looking for, actually. God, only knows what that guy was on. Okay, so let me go ahead. Thank you, Becky, for gifting some memberships. You are so, so sweet. Okay, so, why isn't that popping up? Okay, there you go. Okay, let me shut my door really quickly because my kids are yelling. I'm gonna put this short up because this to me, I feel like that this is yeah, probably acid sensation. This to me was one of the most shocking things that Wendy said on the stand.
If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
You testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
You testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
That's the first time that Wendy has not flat out denied her involvement with this murder. Yes, yes, disgraced Judge Fulford is prosecuting the case. I was telling my husband, he's like, what is their angle? What are they doing? Like, what are they actually doing? And I'm like, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Everybody is so confused. Hi, Stylani. Hi, Graham. Hi, G-Lef. Who did I miss? Hi, Amy Crew. Okay. Nobody knows what they're doing, including them. I just don't understand how you can literally be just sitting at the defense table, listening to a witness. Good morning, Hotshot. Good morning, Yak Club. Yeah, I know. I have a short on that too. I'm grateful they're already behind bars. Where is that? I think that's on the actual like shorter, longer video that I posted yesterday. Nobody knows what the defense is doing. Thank you so much, Amy. That is so sweet. She says it's so great to have an expert on the case streaming this trial. My memory, I have a photographic memory. I can remember pretty much anything that I see and anything that I hear. So I'm, and that's really like, it's obviously very helpful doing the type of content that I put together because I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what she said before. Like never try me on something that you have said to me in the past and now you want to try to change the story because it's not going to go well. Good morning, Tracy and Fury Pesto. Yeah, except for her middle horn, which looking back, I did think her head was especially pointy, but looking back, her head has always been this pointy. Have we just not realized that her head has just always been, and I cut it off a little bit, but look it's just as pointy. Oh my gosh. Seriously. I mean, I used to think she was honestly like, she has a pretty face, but you just can't do too much to it. And this Botox is just too much. I mean, maybe she wanted to try to like convey some emotion of like surprise when they're like, hey, guess what? You're guilty as sin. And she's like, what? Okay, so this was one of the most shocking things. I've always been kind of on the fence about whether or not Wendy was really setting up Jeff. Okay, that's the one thing that I feel like I was just kind of like, I don't really know. Like that seems kind of far fetched. Good morning, Harry E. I'm like that seems kind of far fetched. But holy shit, I'm trying to get your comment and it keeps running away from me. Good morning, Charlie Hobo. Good morning, Isle of Shoals. So I was always on the fence about whether or not she actually set Jeff up. Until I heard Rob's testimony and until I saw this picture. This is absolutely insane. And I went over this. I read this yesterday on my live in the morning. But on the June trip, it's just beyond belief. Like, I can't get over how many fucking people were involved with this. I can't get over how freaking, like, how planned this whole thing out. It's just absolutely fucking insane. So, on the June trip, they rented not one but two cars because they returned the first car. They had first rented a blue, I think it was a blue Nissan. I read this yesterday. Whatever, a blue car. And then they returned it for a fucking silver Hyundai. You can't even fucking make this up. Hi, Farkmate. You cannot even make this up. Like, I cannot fucking handle it. And the fact that she's like, oh, hi, Michael Meehan. The fact that literally she tells Rob, oh my God, like, hi, I know I never text you about anything ever because we don't speak to you because we all hate you. But I have a brand new boyfriend, but shh, it's a secret. And meanwhile, they had been together. Jeff gets up there and testifies that they had been together for 7 months at that point. And he was not a secret boyfriend. He had met the parents. He had met the kids. Like, I'm fucking in. I can't. I can't. I can't. All right. I can't. I can't. I can't. Okay. So somebody had a question about Katie. First of all, Katie looked gorgeous on the stand yesterday, but I was not pleased with the bullshit that she was trying to pull. First of all, you didn't know that Rivera went with Sigfredo? In what fucking world? You told him to take down the freaking owl post when he posted on Instagram the picture of the fucking owl that he saw. And then you were freaking calling him afterwards and calling him she called him while they were, or tried to call him while they were in fucking Tallahassee. Like, why are you trying to get a hold of him if you don't know he's there? That is a lie and a fucking half. Now, I agree. Her testimony seemed off. I don't know what's going on. It hasn't been that long since the last trial. Like, how can you not remember what you said 2 years ago? Yes, this cracked me up. I read this yesterday. LP Travels and Other Things. Says Wendy's online dating ad created by Donna. Female in search of a male with a silver Prius in the Tallahassee area, preferably near Truscott. Please reply with photo of Prius. Oh my God, that absolutely killed me. Yeah, and he could hear Katie talking to Sigfredo. Like, there's no way that she knew. And then Wendy showed up in the owl shirt. I know that's another thing that I've kind of been on the fence about. People like have this whole connection with the owl and that like two-toe means owl. I don't know. It's a whole thing. I haven't really looked into it, so I don't have an opinion on it really. So I try to not talk about things that I don't, 100% know about. Okay, so also, I don't know who all tuned into my recap last night, which, oh my God, that was too much for me. That was too much for me to be live for like a trillion hours yesterday. I was absolutely beat. And then Juicy woke up like probably 45 minutes into it, and I had to hold her and nurse her for the rest of the time. But somebody, I mentioned something about, I think it wasn't the owl specifically, Sherry D. I think it was more of the fact that he was in Tallahassee and posting pictures. Like, not a good look. Like, they can metadata all that stuff. I think she was just being like, you can't post from Tallahassee where you are, blah, blah, blah. Like, Luis Garcia checked into the Budget Inn, just to here to kill Dan Markel. So I had mentioned, I need to take these off for a second. I had mentioned the story that Luis tells about seeing Wendy the day before. Hi, Frank the Tank. And then, hi, Maggie May. And then I literally say, because somebody's like, no, that was actually debunked. He didn't see her, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I actually have a clip about that. I'm like, it's like 5 minutes long. It is not 5 minutes long. It is an hour long, and I have no idea how long anything is. I don't understand anything. Good morning, Victoria, life coach. So anyway, I'm like, let's watch this 5-minute clip. And then an hour later, I was like, oh, oops, sorry. But then the guy who was, trying to, and he's like, the whole time, he's like making comments about how incorrect it is. And I'm like, listen, I thought the same thing too. Just hear me out. I don't, it's fine if you don't have the same opinion after seeing this, but like, just watch this. Just give me 5 minutes, hashtag 1 hour to prove this to you. And then he wasn't even in the chat anymore. So who knows? But I think it's very, very plausible. And it's on, it's on part 3 of my Wendy series. Obviously, I'm not going to show it right now. I should probably get on this trial. I'm not going to show it right now because it's an hour long, but it's about 36 minutes into part 3 of the Wendy series. So I have a song that I need to make about Wendy. I have a song like that's similar to like the Donna song that I have about Wendy already, or that I have a song about Wendy and I have a song about Charlie that are an audio, but I haven't done the video for them. They've been done for like months. But I have another song that I was inspired to write about Wendy this morning. So hopefully when my when I'm feeling a little bit better, I can go ahead and I'm going to record that. Molly asks if I know why the state hasn't called the guy who was on the phone with Dan at the time of the shooting. I'm not 100% sure. I just think probably it does not really point to anybody. I don't think it really proves anything other than the fact that he was shot. It is crazy, though, to think that, no, I didn't remove the flowers in the attic video. I will go ahead and post a link because, honestly, it's probably... I actually have it up right here. It's probably being shadow banned by YouTube. All right. There's the link to it. Yeah, it's I got what does YouTube call it? Like it's basically it's inappropriate. I say like the word sex too many times and YouTube got mad at me because we're not all adults here. And I don't, everything's listed on my page as for not for child consumption. Gonzo says I haven't used X in 8 years. What does that mean? Oh, Twitter. I think it's been longer than that. Yes. So, yeah, Molly, she did enroll him in school, which is so funny because she acts like this was going to be a conversation, like they were going to decide it together, which in no way that was a thing. In no way was that a thing that they were going to decide anything together. Sherry, Becky, yes, that is the other huge takeaway that I got. I could probably read my notes on this and like actually do a little bit of recap. Okay, so let me say the most that's good. I have a little cry baby. Come here. Wanna hurt you? Come here. Let me give you a hug and a kiss. All right. I'll give you milkies in a minute. Let me give you a hug and a kiss. Do you want to say good morning to everybody?
Good morning.
Say hi. All right. You just give me huggies for a minute. I'll give you milkies in a second. Hold on. Okay. So, here's my take on, I'll just give a quick rundown. Stop, baby. I'll just give a quick rundown on what I think was the more scandalous parts of yesterday. So with Jeff, first of all, they talk about the Graham motion and how Donna most absolutely knew and how it was a big deal. The autobiographical memory thing was bonkers. And I know they're like, strike that. As much as they say strike that to the jury, you can't unring a bell. It has been said, it has been told, and I have to go through and actually find this. And, I might have it somewhere in my screen recordings already, but I really need to go back and find this clip. Donna and Charlie are talking, and I mentioned this yesterday, so sorry if this is a repeat if you were watching yesterday. Donna and Charlie are talking about Charlie's son, who was 5 at the time, and Charlie's basically not telling him where he is. He's like, yeah, buddy, I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Okay, so Sherry D, yesterday, and it's about if you go, okay, let me just play it. Hold on, guys. All right, so yesterday, Jeff testifies that Wendy asks him when children start developing autobiographical memory, okay? And Donna has this same feeling that basically kids under a certain age don't know anything, have no memory. The second that I heard her say this to Charlie, I was like, oh my God, that's why they killed Dan when they did. Because she just thinks that, a 5-year-old has no idea for what's going
This is a
on.
place where you would find that criminal element.
Okay, here we go, guys.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, could you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted, to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not been disclosed as an expert.
Stand, you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Keppelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind.
Okay, so this is when they pretty much get cut off with sidebar. I just want to make sure that we're not missing this. Oh, and I'm behind. That's great. Oh shit, now I'm going all the way back to the beginning. Good God, guys. Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm brand new here. Okay. That I thought was absolutely insane. And yeah, there's a conversation between Charlie and his mom that are like, oh, you don't need to tell Ronan anything yet. He won't even know. He doesn't even know what's going on. He's too young to understand. No, he is absolutely not. At fucking 5 years old. At 5 years old, he most certainly understands what's going on. Like, how incredibly insulting and how terribly sad. Like, how long are you going to wait to tell this kid that he's never going to see his dad again? Like, yeah, no, probably not much. Probably not much. And not only do they probably not remember much, but it's not like he's been kept alive through Wendy and the fucking Adelsons. Like, they're fucking monsters. Okay, let's go ahead and play real quick his reading Rob's text and being like, the fuck is this? I was not a secret fucking boyfriend. Like, what in the fuck?
Text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says, I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's implausible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So
And
in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
it's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please?
Okay. Uncle Roger says that he is surprised the boys played soccer at such a young age. 6 months before the murder, they were barely 3 and 4. Yes. I I put my son in soccer when he was 4 years old, and it was literally like trying to wrangle cats. He hated it. And especially in Florida, like it is so hot. I think it's a little bit more mild in Tallahassee, but he literally just like he would just run off the field and be like, "Can I go sit in the van and eat snacks?" I'm like, "You are my son." um, okay, here is another part that to me, I think out of everything that Jeff said, to me, this was the most fucking jaw-dropping portion of his testimony.
I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Given evidence 86A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Alright, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down and other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
Right.
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner.
Okay, so here we've got, and I wish they showed it for more than like a half a second. I'll go back into the live on my phone and I'll screenshot it so we can, I'll put it up in a post. But here they show this picture of Wendy's house. And there is a hallway right behind the boys that has all these little pictures of their artwork up. And on the 13th of July, 5 fucking days before Dan's death, Wendy is ripping these fucking pictures off the wall. Does that sound like Wendy knew? Because it fucking does to me. Okay, Gay Schulte asks, why the secret boyfriend text? Okay, so Wendy was planting the seed with Rob that for Jeff to get set up for this fucking crime. Because she knew that if Rob had this piece of information and then the cops came to him and said, oh my God, Dan was killed. Do you have any idea who would have done it? She's hoping that Rob will say, well, Wendy has a new boyfriend and it's a secret boyfriend. And so why would Wendy have a secret boyfriend? What's wrong with the boyfriend that Wendy needs to keep it a secret? Is he mean to her? Is he into drugs? You know, what exactly is wrong with the boyfriend that he needs to be a secret? So that's going to put just a little bit of oddity in Rob's mind if this went as they had planned to say, that's weird. Like, she had this boyfriend, but she didn't want anybody knowing. So like maybe he was crazy. Who knows? Fucking insane. Okay. So can we please let's go now to the queen of the courtroom, Junam Chinda herself. All right. So let's go to where June is called to the stand.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Guys, I was crying yesterday when this happened. I was laughing my ass off. nothing could have been funnier than June being late to court again. Fucking iconic. 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 Fucking love her. Love her ass. She is the moment. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Court's in session. And unlike June, we're not going to be late. Oh, God. Why are you late? Oh, and also I realized yesterday, like at the end of the freaking live stream, that my settings for my computer have been like on auto and giving me the shittiest freaking picture. I apologize.
Good morning, members of the jury.
Okay.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
They left off.
Before we get started today,
yesterday.
I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough?
He's so cute.
Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but
God.
let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
How is the volume on everything, guys? Is the court volume good? Somebody was telling me the other day
So
that
before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer 664 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
64 JJ is admitted at this time.
I think this is my favorite outfit on Donna. Because, yeah, she's reworn the same thing. Yeah, somebody told me yesterday that my volume on the courtroom is, like, better than any other channel.
Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes,
Okay, subject, bad news.
correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied, from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, "Not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna."
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markell, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markell was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanwa's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out, for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanwa and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanwa's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanwa's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this would be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110, again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract, vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay, I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here in the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime.
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right, so using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Maybe they'll
Yes. And so
about the
using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanaway's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine Magbanaway once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset would be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanaway, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Magbanaway at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
Victoria.
The home phone or landline phone
Good
for
morning,
Donna
Stephanie.
and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine Magbanaway call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are 2 calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine McBanois, is that right?
That
Calls for speculation.
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine McBanois that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. McBanois, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after McBanois would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes, so looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine McBanois is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received his traffic ticket?
It is a four-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacosse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle.
Hi, Mrs. Pisces. Thank you, Sammy.
So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites, represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle, and we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the 2nd through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, and between Magbanawa and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay. And is Catherine Magbanawa the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanawa?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That was correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's, okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendy Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and was it addressed to Wendy, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendy and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry?
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those evites have actually gone out, and it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay, what message was found in the Cellbrite of Wendy Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendy Adelson to Dan Markell asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markell was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendy Adelson is asking Dan Markell about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markell's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markell being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendy Adelson when she sent this message?
So,
oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendy Adelson asked Dan Markell about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendy Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markell is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah,
It
the
will
last
week on,
sentence,
week
I imagine
off,
you'll have a
and every
chance to have them on
Wednesday,
Wednesday
the
nights
other person would
during the
have the
weeks in
kids.
May, June, and July?
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right, so where was Wendy Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markell would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendy Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay, obviously this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services?
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendy Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes,
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
I can't handle this.
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail, to Wendy Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states, we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes,
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding,
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here? I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendy?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Meg Banois together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then, again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanoa, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them, and then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m., and then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanoa basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m. Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanoa's residence.
And after leaving the area of Meg Banoa's residence that night, does Meg Banoa contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick, this is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanoa makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes, as we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Meg Banwa in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay, and who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name Brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right, after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Mag Banwa and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanwa and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanwa, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanwa?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay. So it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
It could be yes.
Earlier we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental there was 1 call to the landline, is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental there's 2 calls right after the landline, is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, 2 calls to the landline right after the car rental, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your 4th call to the residence
Thank you.
at 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right, so 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right, what do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanowa and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30, and we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanowa's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanowa's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes, so we see again, slide 175 here, we have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence, and this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. I wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Stang, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long, since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records, it was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay, so we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right, so then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendy Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendy had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes, so this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrited that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right, so first call to Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes, so again, we see at 8:09 a.m., there's a call from Wendy to Donna.
Okay, let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanowa. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendy?
Wendy calls Donna. Let's back up. So, yes, Wendy actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendy again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendy has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendy receives a voicemail from Dan Markell.
Okay, and do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey Wendy, good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to take down something to pick the boys up early this afternoon and give them a swimming. And then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5. You can pick them up either at your cell or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also I'd love to chat with you about that situation for school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. Go for a walk in school, something like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendy Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendy, or attempts to call Wendy, at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendy texts Dan Markell, stating, "The repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m., so your swim idea is a no-go today."
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appeared to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendy Adelson has with Dan Markell?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. And this is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendy Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendy
What is-
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendy receives a call from Charlie, lasts a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
And this is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendy and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
She's fighting him
So
on the
after
day
the
he
phone
was
call
killed.
started, Wendy would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendy texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay?
Charlie calls Wendy 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay, is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts not evidence, calls for speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder. Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay, and what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38. The Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Stephen.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanowa.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanowa did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Magbanowa at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanowa?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendy Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendy Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot, and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendy Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on, since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area.
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. and through the records we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine Magbanois that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanois also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanois and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanois and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanois went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was. As we see again, Ms. Magbanois' cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42 that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanois' statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanois then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
Guys. Is this even real life? Is this even real life?
Everyone can be seated.
Please give me just a minute.
Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my good sweet baby Jesus. Okay. Hold on. Let me get guys. All right, give me 1 second. I need to get the Tallahassee Democrat pulled up on my phone so we don't miss coming back. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like I can't even process. Okay. So Guys, I have no fucking words. Like, I'm very rarely ever speechless, and I am just like, yeah, I can't, like, my brain can't even process what is going on right now. Okay. All right, so a few people were talking that they did not remember the part where Wendy talks about the missed call from Dan and the text messages. So I'm going to go ahead and play that really quick while we are on this break. Okay. I'm going to do the text messages up first. Okay. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for the whole delicious super chat. That is so, so sweet of you. So generous. I really, really appreciate it. Oh my goodness. And just so everybody knows, I've been turning off ads for the live streams. So not only do we have the best audio in the town, we also have no ads cutting the trial off. Okay, so here, and I'll just play a little funny part, and then it'll get into the text.
Question is, Wendy, 8 years ago, on July 18th, 2014, what was so sweet? Is it A, a cookie, B, a milkshake, or C, the impending murder of your ex-husband? Take the time to record your answer now. If you said C, you are correct. Tell her what she's won.
Get ready for a night on the town in exciting Miami.
All right, what's next?
We have a text from Wendy Adelson to Charlie Adelson stating, "This is so sweet."
We see that that's deleted.
It is, yes.
That would have also been deleted prior to law enforcement analyzing her cell phone that afternoon, the same day as Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
Sending the "this is so sweet" text with absolutely no context is bad enough. But deleting it is even worse.
All right, and that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages.
Our last interaction wasn't nice.
Oh, you're talking about personal.
I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, just their dad wants to take them swimming. It's not worth getting upset over. It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with him. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think. Right. So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym. And that's why he was saying, going to this class. I'll touch base with you after.
Okay. All right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay.
Whoa. I'm gonna need you to back up just a touch. Because what I thought I just heard you say was,
I always delete my messages.
But then you were just looking through your phone at what? A text?
we had some texting contact. I'm just looking here. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. Our last interaction wasn't nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30, and I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice, and I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
So what you're saying is that you deleted what you are trying to pass off as a completely innocuous text to your brother at 8:12 in the morning, but then kept what you yourself characterize as a not nice interaction with your ex an hour later?
Sure, Jan.
And then Rashbaum, of course, tries to trivialize the entire event, except as usual, provides absolutely nothing to help try to discredit it.
You then have a text from Wendy Adelson, which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture.
LOL, because it wasn't.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Oh, really good point, Rashi. Thanks for confirming that Corbett remembered the text, verifying that it lacked any context or pictures, and mocking the connotation of it. Rashi's entire technique for cross-examination only serves to reaffirm any and all points made by Georgia and Sarah on direct.
Oh my God. And you know what? Just when I thought I could never see a dumber lawyer, Donna gives us the gift of these two idiots. Okay. So here is...
Kept her ass at the station for over...
Sorry. Here is the part about the missed call.
At Premiere, said I'm going to be out of it by such and such a time. You could call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02. The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't happen.
Right. Okay.
That was our, that's what we were supposed to talk about this morning, is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
So you had arranged to talk today, coincidentally minutes after he was murdered. And you yourself admit that it was weird that he didn't get back to you.
Him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here. So you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
About 11 a.m. this morning, TPD was called to the 2100 block of Trescott Street for a neighbor had heard that there was a loud bang in the neighborhood. TPD officers got on scene, and they did locate a person who was suffering from a gunshot wound. They were taken by EMS to a local hospital. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unattended incident, so we are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. If you have any information about this call, we are asking that you call us at 606-5800 with any information about this case.
This is Sean Rossman reporting for the Tallahassee Democrat in Tallahassee.
Just that, police investigate.
Okay, so I have another clip, and I can't find the stupid thing right now. And I thought I had written it down the other day. Because pretty much, I'll explain the clip and then I'll still look for it. So pretty much, George is asking her, like, did you call anybody after you show up to this house that's literally like fucking covered in cop cars, crime scene tape? No, I would have had no reason to. And Georgia says, okay, well, what the fuck did she say? Sorry, guys, my fucking tooth is starting to hurt me. Oh, and Wendy goes, Dan would have called me if there was something wrong. And then I play that clip of her saying, I have a missed call from Dan at 9:02. I have a missed call from Dan at 9:02. So Dan drops the kids every day between 8 and 9 or ish. He calls you right after what is the usual drop-off time, and you think nothing of it. You say he would have called you if there was something wrong, and he calls you. And then you drive up to his house. It's literally covered in fucking cop cars. Like, guys. Okay, let's watch my love letter to June. Okay, here we go.
I had bigger plans for her and spared her of that burden. And I'm sorry, but her entrance and exit into the courtroom was iconic.
Okay, right up here, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Yeah. State calls Wendy Adelson.
Coming in with the most enormous bag like Gia Gunn.
Just got off the boat, a little trip from Asia, just landed like fresh tilapia.
Tell me I'm wrong, though.
She's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment. Now come on now.
I was telling him I used to work juvenile justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me.
I stand for June so hard. I mean, get the woman a bellhop already, and maybe she'd be to court in time. That's your guys' fault, not hers. She can't even help the fact that she's that fantastic. And you know what? You know what, Wendy? June knows how to do her hair in the back, too. Little Miss Lady. The back, the front, the sides, the top. June's hair is flawless. Maybe take a tip. Take a tip. June, I know it's not going to matter because Wendy is soon going to be using like a spork to comb her hair like prison Little Mermaid. But maybe she could, until that happens. Maybe she should get some tips from you. Okay, they're still on break, and I'm still trying to find this. I don't know why I can't freaking find it. Okay, well, since I have this up, we can, just for shits and giggles, we can watch. And I know I'm playing this like every day, but I don't care because it's my favorite thing. My favorite thing ever. This is the video that hey, this is only, I can explain this in 5 minutes, and then it's an actual hour long. Hold on, baby girl. Oh, yeah. Would you bring it to Mama, please? Yeah, I know this is like, this is for me more than for you. Because I could watch this every single day on repeat because it just makes me cry.
When he stares at Charlie during an entire sidebar, and Charlie just sits there like prey on the Serengeti.
Are you on the prof's blog server list?
No.
Can we just come sidebar for 1 moment?
I would. Okay.
Daddy Rashbaum and the rest of the pack wander away, leaving little Charlie all alone at the defense table. Pale and vulnerable, Charlie is not well suited for this level of abandonment. He nervously looks around, his eyes darting across the barren courtroom, attempting to assess any imminent danger. His best chance is to remain still and quiet and pray that he is not spotted by a fiercer predator. You can sense his unease as the anguish of being separated from his pack begin to take hold. If he can just hold out until Daddy Rashbaum re-emerges, he will remain safe and secure. Across the room, from the witness box, a savage hunter locks.
You can be seated. Are they good to go? Okay. Yes. You may.
Is George... What are we talking about, George? Sorry, I'm still trying to find this stupid thing, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't even understand what happened already this morning. Okay, so what I was freaking out about, first of all, Corbett is showing a bunch of new shit to us. Okay, okay, I'll show you. Goodbye.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Boyer.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Magbanwa communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does, and again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration, and then Ms. Magbanwa calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Magbanwa's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, "You're still at work." Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, "Just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house."
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine Magbanwa?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendy Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, "Call us ASAP."
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Miami, South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area, and then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendy Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. and within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson,
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanwa's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanwa arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, Jack calls for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched through these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone calls, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 1053. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house.
Correct.
After receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes.
And on the same date, July 18th?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot, just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 8:32 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32. It was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markell, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanoa's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10-20-something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanoa's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence.
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th, and we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yes, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbano is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20, so we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanoa gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1:40 minutes. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanoa communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or durations, so his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanoa at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanoa's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanoa's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later?
Correct.
All right, and is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right, switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination, and then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine Magbanowa's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanowa's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things, and we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanowa are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016, and what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendy Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine Magbanowa at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel's testifying.
Sustained as the counsel testifying, please establish the foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
Oh my God, guys. This is so good. I was eating a breakfast sandwich, so hopefully I'm not covered in crumbs. Oh my fucking God, guys. Oh my God. Oh, and just for... This is what we do here. We swear, we snark, we make fun, and we don't have any filters. It always, kind of blows my mind when people are, come to, and not just mine, I see this on other channels, too. They're come to a channel, and they're I don't like this about your channel. It's then go elsewhere. There's so many content creators out there. Literally, there is not one person that is not live streaming this trial right now everywhere. My dog even has his own live stream. His channel name is Woofy Little Wooferson. Yes, and her headphones have always been black. I don't know how long this is going to be. I'm assuming not super long, so maybe I'll just play.
Mom, there's witch.
Yeah, there's the witch lady.
Yeah.
She sees Donna and points to the witch, teaching her well. Yeah, and it's it doesn't hurt my feelings if you don't vibe with me. I get that. There's 8 billion people in the world. Not everybody is gonna love my vibe. I mean, you're wrong for feeling that way, but I understand it still. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This is a massacre, Juicy.
Yeah.
It's a massacre.
Yeah.
It's craziness, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe it either. Okay, so this is one of my favorite parts from Wendy's interrogation when Sarah, the victim advocate, accidentally calls her a suspect right to her face. And Wendy dies a little bit inside. I love this part.
I wondered if Sarah, the victim advocate, knew that Wendy was a suspect. And I've always had the sneaking suspicion that she did. But then I found a clip that confirms what I'd been suspecting all along. It's towards the end of the night, and it's one of the last things she ever says to Wendy. And watch Wendy's reaction when she says it, because she picks up on it immediately.
They're like, you need your work computer. I'm like, work? Take my computer. There's nothing on it you're going to find that's going to, well, I don't know, maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but...
Well, they're used to thinking, a lot of times things will happen burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, they're like, give them my stuff back. And
yeah.
You've been a super cooperative suspect, Wendy. And you know what? Because you were such a big helper, you get to pick out a super special sticker all by yourself. Which one? That one? Wow, Wendy, great choice. I want to slow that part down so we can watch Wendy's body language change as she completely dissolves.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
Okay, so
Everyone can be seated. During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Your Honor.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion for Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Water park.
you want to go to a water park?
Daddy, do we now?
Okay, well, we're not going to go right now, but we'll go soon, okay? Why don't you draw a picture of the witch, okay?
We can't.
Well, I'll teach you in a minute, okay?
Please.
Okay. So I want to play the literal one clip that I searched through all of my Wendy series like 1,250 times, every single video, and it was in video 1. Like, go figure. There's a witch. Yay. Here, everybody can enjoy my artwork. Okay, so I want to...
Now we need a body.
I'll put the body on. Let me just put this video on first, okay? I'll play the body. Hold on. I'll do the body.
Do it. Do it right now.
Juicy, look at everybody's telling you to shh. See, they're saying shh. They just say, please, Juicy, hold on for 1 minute. Yep, I will. Did you hear me? I heard you. You want me to put the
Put out there as something to consider.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember Maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right, so did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
We could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know.
Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
Me at 9:02. Called me at 9:02. He called me at 9:02.
So let's get this straight. Because one of the most obvious signs pointing to Wendy's guilt is her lack of concern for her boys the morning of the murder. I feel like it's a pretty widely known piece of information that on the morning of the murder, Wendy made no attempts to check on our boys after pulling up to the crime scene. And although I've covered this at length on my channel, it's worth repeating that the crime scene consisted of Dan's house only, surrounded by crime scene tape blocking the passage through Trescott, 4 to 5 law enforcement marked vehicles, a marked crime scene forensic van, and an additional police car with its lights on, blocking the road, in addition to the tape. Containing Officer Brannon, the one who spotted Wendy that day and reported her to Detective Isom. So Wendy rolls up on all of this and calls no one to confirm the welfare of her kids. But we heard what she said here, right? That the kids would have been dropped off at preschool between 8 and 9. And had they not made it, Danny would have let her know. Yet, here's a missed call from Dan at 9:02. Very close to drop-off time. And she thinks nothing of it.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to...
Okay, well, in 1 second. I was looking for paper the other day and I opened the drawer in this desk. And look what I found. It's the Georgian note. I swear to God, I'm right-handed and it was so hard because obviously I have to be accurate. So it was so hard to draw that circle with my left hand. I felt so inept. Okay. I want to... Hold on 1 second, baby. I want to give you guys a sneak peek of the video that I am working on. It's right now it's about 51 minutes long. I just uploaded this. It's not finished. This is what I was going to play this on Monday, but we had other plans. So, and I haven't done the narration or anything yet, and it's not complete, but this is a premiere exclusive sneak peek for you only. I'll make you a baby witch. Hold on.
Everyone can be seated. Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh, and just to set this up, this is a whole... I'm going to tear apart the defense's opening statements.
Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
Look, I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter's going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first.
Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything?
The defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool.
How do you do, fellow kids?
What? I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but
He says, nope, you just did zero prep for this trial. When between the 800 motions that you filed, would you have even had time to do a PowerPoint? And what would that have even looked like, really? Donna's just a normal lady. Here's her normal, high-rise, $2 million Miami condo. And here's her normal cash-filled safe, y'all. She's just like you and and I guess the point I'm trying to make...
Look over there!
for an hour you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markell.
And trust me, folks, she does. She has a motive a mile long.
And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails.
I'm sorry, Jackie. I must have heard you wrong. Let me back that
But not
up.
a single piece of evidence was discussed. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails.
Okay. So you must have just meant to let the jury know that they haven't heard the evidence yet. And then wanted to assure them that the state has absolute mounds of them. Okay. I think I'm following you so far. Go on.
But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because two men
That my client hired
Danny Markell.
Under my client's instruction.
Don't forget Danny.
Like my client wanted his kids to forget him. Thus the reason why she changed their last names to Adelson.
He was an amazing professor.
On or around Ben's birthday, which is July 29th, heartbreakingly 10 short days after the death of his father, Sarah is invited and attends his birthday at Donna's condo. While in the kitchen, she notices Donna reading an article and hears Donna remark, You know, they're all talking about him like he was some beloved professor. But you know something? He was a jerk! Which of course rubbed Sarah the wrong way, as one, what a heinous thing to say about anyone who has just passed. But about the father of your grandson at his birthday, for fuck's sake. Sarah said it was so off-putting because most cultures don't speak ill of the dead, and the level of anger conveyed was so inappropriate due to the fact that Dan would, quote, never bother anyone again, which is eerily similar to what Junam Chinder reported to police during her interview with them.
And then he would also say he was so horrible to Wendy. And
to everybody, the whole family just, he's dead and they don't care. He's just this bad person to Wendy. It's kind of.
That's just all I've heard from them. Yeah, not the dad or anything, or
but mom
and Charlie.
And Charlie.
Is dad just kind of there? He's just kind of real quiet, or
he talks, but he's like talks about other things, and he is usually in the background, like quiet or doing his own thing.
I think any beef you had with somebody would be squashed the instant they passed away. However, I think the reason why they feel the need to continue on disparaging Dan is for the self-justification for why they had to kill him. Believing that if they were to be able to convince other people what a monster Danny was, they would commiserate with them to either express the sentiment that they too were glad that he was dead, helping to absolve or even commend the Adelsons' despicable actions. The overt vilification of Dan after his death is not only culturally inappropriate, but considering the fact that he was murdered, the only people who would lack any empathy or remorse would be those involved.
He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students.
How do his students feel? Like, is he, like, are law students receptive to him? Like, oh, this is great.
I think there's some that really like his method, and there are a lot who don't like him at all.
So you say he's more disliked?
He's
a very
abrasive guy.
Does he challenge you, kind of? Would that be a good?
He's challenging. He loves to argue, so he's fairly elitist. So like the students,
very elitist.
The
Oh my
students
goodness.
felt like put down by him a lot.
Okay.
Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man, and I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. His career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him.
Oh, look, it's someone.
You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markell, Dr. Markell, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay.
It's not.
But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that.
Oh, Freudian slips are so fun.
But I don't mean any respect by doing that. More important to Danny Markell than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012.
Yeah. Where the hell is she going with this?
And they squabbled during the divorce, they did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice.
Why the hell did she put air quotes around the word court?
The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes,
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her, at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markell, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markell to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes,
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Children.
So right here, she's siding with Dan and the state that the Adelsons are awful. Because why else would he have to advocate for himself and the boys if someone wasn't fighting against him?
They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them.
Wendy didn't.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry.
Ruth loves that. I love that.
He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be, most of the time, after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around state, and he would read bedtime stories to them. When he didn't have his little kids, he still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy.
This fake voice quiver bullshit is pissing me off. Dan didn't want them to forget about Daddy, says the woman who is trying to keep his murderer out of prison. A murderer who tried to erase every single shred of Dan's existence from these boys' lives, from his last name to any contact with his family. And here's Jackie Fulford trying to use it as it's some sort of sympathy ploy for the jury.
And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them.
Remind the jury what a heinous, senseless crime this was.
Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens.
This was such a bizarre thing to say. Like Dan was killed and not resurrected.
They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them.
Someone.
To grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him.
Well, then case closed. Not guilty. Thank you, jury, for your time and consideration in this matter. Donna let the kids Skype their dad. Oh, and have I mentioned that she made him banana bread?
Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids.
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. And my mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and that's evidence.
Babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread.
And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children.
Sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. Reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markell. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently.
Yeah, that was
and
a great
saying,
point.
Here's the schedule. Let's
About
do
the
this. It doesn't
non-kosher
say
banana
Mrs.
bread.
Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markell. So I would ask to admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually.
And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children.
Why not?
Because of the statements that are made in here, and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time. Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
And this may be the only note I'll ever have for Georgia. I really feel like Ison was throwing her an opportunity here that she missed out on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in
Murderers.
M.
Did she, who, I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Yes, I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but if my mom used a curse word, she used a curse word. You just use curse words too, so.
But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things.
For as much as my client hated Danny, she was still capable of putting on a completely false demeanor to his face. Not quite different from what you'll witness her doing here in this very courtroom.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity. And
my client's as fake as they come, y'all. Almost as fake as my southern accent. And almost as fake as my mock-sad quiver voice when I talk about Danny.
I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson.
She's a conniving, manipulative piece of human garbage. Whoopsies, I forgot what side I was on there for a second. Do the kids still say my bad? 'Cause if so, my bad.
She is a normal person.
She's got legs, arms, a face, and a circulatory system. She peeps out of her peephole and poops out of her poop chute. Just like you and I.
Just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago.
Math is just as hard for me as defending my client. 54 minus 11 equals 40-ish something, I think.
And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son.
Backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school or college, my mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to?
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson
Oh, I
Institute?
know, yeah.
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
The coked out
And
prostitute.
your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
And I will, of course, put in Claritza's testimony from yesterday about how Harvey ran the business and Charlie was only there once a month.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it, and even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible.
I have a very strong hunch that the sale to Charlie was for tax evasion purposes only. And a quick search into the amount of businesses owned by Charles J. Adelson returned an alarming number of results. Guys, there's like 4 pages of shit that he owned. Just spreading money apart. Nearly 4 full pages.
Every morning they got up and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out at 7:30 every morning.
She got charts out and Charlie changed them. He would rewrite any chart that somebody was complaining on because that's what they did. They're caring folk.
She was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. So the issue as to immunity, we cannot confer immunity to her, Judge.
Obviously.
We agree with that. We can't. But there may be other issues where she could testify to something that she's not taking a chance, if you will, that she's going to say something that could be used against her in the future. There could be other matters that are raised in the trial that we simply want to get testimony from her as. She is the daughter of our client.
She is.
From the perspective of your client, I certainly understand the argument you're making.
And from what you're about to say, I'm guessing it's not Charlie. And from what he's already said and the fact that he's on the state's witness list, it's not Rob. Who, pray tell, will be this fantasy witness who tells us how awesome Donna is?
She's kind, caring, loving.
The sweet, gentle tone of voice you're using really drives that home.
She's kind, caring, loving.
It's very much giving being scolded by the meanest teacher in school.
She's kind, caring, loving.
And the tongue jot on loving is very much giving Britney Spears and Lucky.
Loving. Loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself.
I love the 100% non-follow-up on that while we watch Donna blink uncontrollably.
Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute.
Can you please grab the poster that I made in the hallway this morning? Please be careful, the glue's still wet.
The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about.
Watch the poster board. I found it in the staff room. Easy does it, Zellman.
Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh.
It is arranged the easel. Just raise your hands and everyone can see the easel clearly. Thank you.
Damn it, I told you it was flimsy.
Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th. And
in your opinion, all the evidence will show that this took place on the 18th. And then I'm going to put, so I think this is the last part that I have, yeah, that's the last part that I have kind of edited. All right. 2 hours to think and find that clip of Britney. What? All right. So that is pretty much all of that. I am going to, does anybody have a video request specifically? We have a little more than an hour. And also, whoever asked about the Social Security, that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking to see, I don't remember right off the bat, but I do remember them asking something about, you know, if there was like a financial benefit. I just can't find it in the spot. All right. Let's see. Okay, Hot Shot. We'll play that, and then I'm going to put on a video to leave you guys with. So, I'll probably, I think I'm going to play this one. This is before, I plan on recording narration and re-releasing my older videos that I didn't vocally narrate. So this you'll have to do a little light reading, but I'm going to go ahead and play that. But we'll listen to the Donna song first.
Donna got arrested, then says she got molested. Donna was extorted, but she didn't report it. Her back hurts, where's her sleep? Number bed, she's not suicidal, but if she gets out, she might be dead. Living in jail is no four seasons. She needs to get out, has lots of reasons. Ear canal so small she cannot hear. Living in solitary, but living in fear. Gets twisted arrested behind her back. They said she's a murderer and that's why they attack. From her penthouse in Miami to shackles in the court, lack of sleep is sure to cut her life short. Where's her band-aid? She's gushing blood. Waiting 8 hours will surely cause a flood. Where's Charlie? Where's Rashi? Where's Harvey? Where's Wendy? Needs to get to Vietnam, doesn't care if it's Spain. Living in jail is no 4 seasons, but she needs to get out, has lots of reasons. Breathing is labored, is it so loud? Lawyers can't hear her, inmates point her out in a crowd. Like a miracle when on the stand, her ailments disappear like they're just on demand. Tries so hard to cry but can't squeeze out one tear. Living in solitary, but living in fear. She's gotta get out of jail, it's no 4 seasons. Please let her out, she's got lots of reasons. Her forearms tingle, her back is tight. Can't sleep on this mattress, it's just not right. Nothing in the world that money can't buy. Wish I could order some tears so they'd see me cry. Sarah and Georgia put Charlie away. No, they're coming for me, but in jail I can't stay. I fled to Nam cause there's no extradition, but I can't stay in jail because there's no nutrition. Why, oh why doesn't anyone care? I gained so much weight and I can't do my hair. Living in jail, there's no 4 seasons. Gotta get out, I have lots of reasons. Just let me go home, Harvey's already here. Got a bottle of pills, let's just go to sleep, dear. Living in jail is no longer fun. I've got to get out, believe me, I'm done.
I was looking, it's actually the Donna shuffle. That's her little shuffling sandal, her shower sandal.
Donna got...
Whoops, shush. Shush, we're not here for you right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play this through. Oh, John Corbett. And oh my God, go back. Go back. You've seen all this stuff. You can watch. You need to go back. You need to go back because holy shit, he's got a lot. A lot. Okay, so that was the last time Donna had a cell phone in her hand. You are right, Yak Club. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this. I need to take a little break. My freaking mouth is killing me. So I've got to go and see if I can ring Harvey up to see if he can call me in another prescription of like Vicodin or morphine. Okay. So I will be back, my friends.
oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something, because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you go
There's a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So,
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape, and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. Like I saw the street blocked. I was driving into town. I was running errands. I was meeting some friends for lunch, and I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott, and I see the tape, and I was like, I guess there was like an electrical outage because sometimes we'd have trees that would fall. So I turned around and didn't think anything of it.
It appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
But I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive?
No.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape.
I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is that message to?
Hold on. What's the objection? Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence. That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
All right. And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
All right. But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
Okay. On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott?
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at your marital home?
Absolutely not.
So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
Was there a roadblock there with...
There was tape.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime, and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
All right, switching gears here. I want to see where Wendy Adelson was during that late morning, early afternoon time when Markel was murdered and during the couple hours after. Are you familiar with her statement about her locations on July 18th as far as being at home for her TV repair appointment, then going to ABC Liquors to buy a gift, and then going to lunch at Mosaic?
Yes, I am.
All right, based on her call detail records, were you able to determine what time she would have gone by the Trescott Drive area?
Yes, we do know the location of her residence at the time here on Aqua Ridge Way. We do know that she was going to the ABC. This was located on Thomasville Road. Looking at her records, she has a rather lengthy voice call. Begins at 12:31 p.m. We see that's on a cell site that would be consistent with the general area of her residence. We see at 12:35 p.m., kind of in the middle of the screen here, her handset's now kind of halfway between there, and then that call ends at 12:47 p.m. and it ends on a cell site here very close to ABC liquor store. So looking at that, again, the receipt time 12:49, the call ending time 12:47. We can kind of approximate that she would have been by the Trescott residence, at 10 or so minutes earlier than that.
Okay, are you familiar with Officer Brannon's statements that he saw a person in a red van that matched the description of Wendy Adelson's vehicle at the roadblock at Trescott Drive that day in the 12 to 1 o'clock hour?
Yes.
All right. About what time would she have been in the area of Trescott Drive when she's on her way from home to ABC?
Well, again, I would say sometime between 12:35 and 12:47, or 12:49 for sure at the absolute, because she would have been in the store at that point for the transaction. So sometime in that 12:40 time frame.
Part of your duties out there at the scene, did you maintain the crime scene, the integrity of the crime scene?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We set up a perimeter, and once we established the perimeter around the crime scene, I was guarding the north end of it.
What was the crime scene? Can you describe it for us?
It was on Trescott Drive, and basically we blocked off the road 3 or 4 houses to the north and to the south.
Okay, so that whole area was considered the crime scene and only law enforcement was entering or exiting until you were done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when you arrived there, who was present on the scene from law enforcement or?
Sergeant Sims was the first one on scene.
Okay, was EMS there by the time you got there, or did they arrive after you arrived?
They were already there also.
As part of maintaining the crime scene perimeter, is crime scene tape put up across the road?
Yes.
And did you participate in doing that?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And I think you said it was a couple houses down in each direction is where the tape was placed?
Yes.
And where were you physically positioned?
My patrol car was blocking the roadway.
All right. And were you on the, don't use north and south because that would be lost on me, were you closest on the side of the scene closest to Centerville Road or closest to the other side of Trescott?
Closer to Centerville.
All right. I'm going to show you an aerial map that I've marked as States Exhibit 125. You recognize 125?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate map that includes the scene in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include the position that you were in at the crime scene tape?
Yes. We've been somewhere right up in that area.
Permission to publish 120, introduce and publish 125, Your Honor. All right, so can you explain for the jury where the roadblock was that you were positioned at the crime scene?
So that blue dot right there is the victim's residence. I would have been somewhere right in that area.
And can you show us in relation to that where Centerville intersects with Trescott.
Over here.
All right, so if you were to turn onto Trescott from Centerville, can you just kind of show us with your light the route of travel from Centerville to the roadblock?
Comes around here, up, and back around.
Okay. Would you have been able to see the roadblock from the intersection of Centerville and Trescott?
No.
I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
If you had just started to turn onto Trescott and then rerouted back onto Centerville, would you have been able to see the roadblock that way?
No, you'd have to go a considerable amount around.
Okay.
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn.
And from the roadblock where you were positioned, could you see the crime scene?
Yes.
I didn't even think, like, that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and
And you mentioned that there was EMS and other law enforcement there. Were there marked law enforcement vehicles in the driveway and roadway directly in front of the crime scene?
When I was on the perimeter position, I know there was a lot of investigators and crime scene vehicles. I don't remember if any of the marked patrol cars were in front of the residence. They may have been.
Okay, so what type of vehicles were out there? Can you describe what sort of activity was happening at the Markell residence when you were at the perimeter?
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
All right, so would it have been obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was activity, law enforcement activity going on at that residence?
It seems likely.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Do you recognize this vehicle?
It looks like a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
I'm sorry, will you repeat your answer?
It appears to be a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
All right, and this vehicle, are you familiar particularly with the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, my wife drove we still have it. My daughter drives it now, 2006 Honda Odyssey.
So at the time you had in your family this same type of vehicle?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that Wendy Adelson drove this type of vehicle?
Yes.
All right, so you noticed this vehicle or a vehicle identical to this one approach your position?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did the vehicle do when it approached your position?
Just stopped pretty quick and turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Did the driver stop and inquire of you what the activity was at the Markell residence?
No.
Do you know what time of day that was that you observed this vehicle approach the roadblock?
Sometime a little afternoon, probably around closer to 1.
And just to clarify, were there any other roadblocks between where you were positioned and encountered this vehicle and the Centerville intersection?
No.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. No further questions?
Mr. Brandon, good morning.
Morning.
So, I want to get a little bit more precise. Do you know how many houses the tape was away from? Because we just heard a couple, we heard maybe 3. Do you know how many houses it was?
I don't know exactly. I'm approximating 3 or 4 houses.
Do you know a forensic specialist, Maltese?
I'm familiar.
She testified that it was 5 to 6 houses away. Could that be correct?
Could be.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived on the scene, it was taped off, correct?
Yes, it was.
And the tape was approximately 5 or 6 properties to either side?
Correct.
So either side of the residence, right?
Yes.
You said that you saw the Honda Odyssey approach in the afternoon, and you said it was closer to 1. Do you recall testifying to that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phone data puts that car on the outer perimeter later, meaning after 12:30 p.m.?
I'm not familiar with any of that.
But it would be consistent with your memory that it was closer to 1 o'clock, right?
That appears to be, but it's been 9 years.
And when that car left, you're aware that the ambulance was already gone, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Could you see that the driver of the car was on the phone at the time that she approached?
No.
drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked. So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was driving up the street, and I saw, like, the tape. Like, I saw the street blocked, and I drove up Trescott, because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott, and I see the tape.
I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
All right, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
Police respond to the sound of gunfire in a quiet Tallahassee neighborhood.
I'm standing outside of the home that police had taped off early this morning. We're going to go through the timeline of events of the little information that we do have. Around 11 a.m., a neighbor called police hearing a loud bang noise. First responders found a person with a gunshot wound. That was the loud bang that neighbors heard. They were taken to a local hospital. Now, we don't have the identity of the victim or where that person was shot.
TPD is going to do and look at everything. So we're going to start our search out wide, and it could be anything that occurred, and narrow it down to where the evidence directs us.
There was an ambulance at the residence and did see someone being brought out. Can't really describe who or what was being brought out, but they were bringing somebody out on a stretcher.
TPD says if you have any information on this case, you're asked to call them, and as soon as we get any more details, we'll pass them along to you.
Tallahassee police investigators now say Dan Markell was the intentional victim of a deadly shooting. Monday, police officers went door to door in the Benton Hills neighborhood where the murder took place. They were asking to see if anybody saw something between the hours of 10 in the morning to noon on Friday.
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear? Who was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way. It's all right. Just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
And you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon.
Stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? All right, so you never took the last name of Markle?
No.
Adelson. Wendy with an I. Joe. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I'm a message around this morning. What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How did this really happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right.
where I was.
I have no
So,
idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and I just like, we just finished, I ate a lunch. Like, I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And they found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated still.
We have ways of finding
Yeah, it's interesting. So you called they called my husband's cell phone. Interesting. So you called they called my husband's cell phone.
We have ways of finding
Yeah, it's interesting.
Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
taking crazy pills!
Who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry, and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it's blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott? You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott? You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so you...
I don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
Okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville...
I almost always cut through Trescott.
And just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce, but yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house, but yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton?
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah.
And that was sometime after 12?
Probably 12:30.
Okay. All right.
Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's why I was kind of asking you.
All right, guys, somebody just reported that Charlie is in the building. All right, I don't think we are back yet, but I just wanted to run up here, and I'm glad I was able to, that's weird, MM. I'm glad I figured that out.
Was able to research the matter during the lunch break. And at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State, 127 Southern 3rd, 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
All right, if I could have a moment. I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd, 1271. I have a copy for the State. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's ruling.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adoptive admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the State, adoptive admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring in the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
If she hadn't watched the trial, how would she be able to know how well Dan did in certain parts? I mean, let's bring in the fucking jail calls if you want to say that there's no proof that she watched the trial, because au contraire, mon frere, there is plenty of fucking proof. So I don't know what all she says. She has 30 more minutes with Corbett, so we will have to wait and see. But from what I feel like, and I put this on my Charlie is Gonna Roll on Wendy video, which has now just reached over 100,000 views on it. And when you watch it, I've never had a more like split opinion on it, because I have music on there, and I had a double ear infection in both my ears, and my left eardrum was ruptured while I made that. So I think the background music is way louder than I wanted
Everyone
it to be.
can see it.
And some people
Members
love
of
the
the
music,
jury,
and some
I hope
people
you enjoyed your
So-
lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this
which
point.
is everything, I guess.
Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your
Some people love
examination.
my voice, some people hate it. Whatever.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Are they gonna save it? And of course he's not ready. We've just had a 2-hour fucking lunch. How are you not ready to question Corbett? They're like, what do you want to ask him? Can we say that maybe she just left her cell phone? She dropped her cell phone on the highway next to Charlie's house, and that's why it was pinging like that, and then she came back for the phone. Yeah, no, say that. No, say that. Nay! Nay! Clip clop, clip clop. That's another sound she makes. Just a clip clop sound. Oh my god. I love you guys. Here we go. Here's our big binder of bullshit.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site, and you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, And so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
So in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
Does she not realize how fucked up that makes her look? She has no problem literally throwing all of her kids under the bus, but yet somehow she wouldn't try to hurt Dan Markel. I mean, like, why you wouldn't fucking at least pretend like you like your kids?
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
I mean, like, really, there's just no way to. I have
Apologies, a little trouble getting that there.
111 views. Make a wish.
Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine McManawa?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number, some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see.
I think after you get convicted,
So let's look
the state doesn't
at,
give a fuck
I
about
believe it was slide 122.
these fuck. You know, these people all had so many choices to do the right thing, and they all decided to just fucking not. Just say, you know what, forget about it. I mean, literally, like, that was God helping you when you paid the hitmen $50,000 and they didn't kill Dan.
Yes.
That
Okay,
was
now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Well, I'm glad they kept out.
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate?
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, it was a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
Okay. And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that?
It does not.
I love when expert witnesses try to get cross-examined, because Zellman is just so out of his realm. I love when he's
I believe
like,
on
no,
slide 98, if you could turn to that.
One question. Do I look like a fucking turtle to you? Just a simple yes or no. Like a turtle with a buzz cut and a tie. Yes. Am I more turtle or tortoise? You tell me.
Can you keep going? It might have been the next one.
I have no idea what I'm
after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with?
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone?
Correct.
Okay.
I love the little check mark off of the bullshit. And we won that one. Put a W next to that question.
Slide 116.
It would honestly not surprise me if Fulford was sneaking her in drugs.
Okay, looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanowa, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Catherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
You did not just say he's Franklin.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
Case closed.
120.
Good point, Victoria.
We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages that the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Case closed. The defense rests They're like, it wasn't even your turn yet. He's like, oh.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Case closed. Case closed. I want him to give
Now,
Donna
if
a
you could
thumbs
go to
up after
135.
one of these questions. I'm Mr. Ed on the case. Steve Sullivan.
And advance one.
He's like, I'm endangered. I'm a gopher tortoise.
So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
I love Corbett.
Now,
He's so very likable.
Same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Would you call this a slide or just a picture on a computer? What's that? I rest my case.
Apologies, it'll take just a second.
Why is it taking a second? Is it because you're not a real expert? Shouldn't you know all this stuff by heart? I mean, I think Zellman is better than Fulford, but they're both just... They have nothing to work with, though. You couldn't hammer in a frickin' nail with your palm.
I believe
They
that's
are
what you're
screwed.
looking
They have
for.
no tools.
Yes. Now, again, this is it's approximately 38 hours time period?
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these, of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least a potential for the exchange of information.
Because you can't be guilty if you're talking in your dining room, obviously. That's why it matters where they were in the house. These are the most nonsense questions. He's hoping that he can make this last until 5 o'clock so we don't get to see Charlie today. Because there's been enough damning shit. Corbett's like, I'm bored. Can I go home?
Let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please.
Now, can you tell which hand she was holding?
And you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143.
She's looking at the clock. Start tapping your wrist, Georgia. Start snapping your
You
fingers.
testified earlier that this was an email from
Look at-
Dan
look at
Markell
Sarah.
to
She's
Wendy
cracking up. She
Adelson
just had to stop a
in
smile.
January of 2024 concerning
Please tell me everyone
their
saw that.
schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendy Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're kind of, we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendy Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendy Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendy called Donna, Donna called Wendy. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did a...
What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendy called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Okay. Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
For this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markell was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so, if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter, and then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter, would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
But she called it 8:09, 27 seconds and 3 microseconds. So can we please, you know what, case closed. Sit the fuck down, Zelman. You were doing nothing for anyone. And do you notice how slow he's trying to talk on purpose? He's like, so... It's like, Zelman, sit the fuck down. He's wearing a pin right now that's on his blazer that says, sit the fuck down.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markell, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where, after Mr. Markell had left a voicemail for Wendy, Wendy texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendy can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendy gets that information from Mr. Markell, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Case closed.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendy and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe, you go to slide 272.
And literally, they asked Katie like 2 questions.
May have gotten the slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please.
Which Katie was supposed to be like the one who made this all up that was ruining Donna's life, and they asked her.
So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud, and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove.
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement, and I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corby, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory? To establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way?
The question
Franklin.
raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us, what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMV to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about, so I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
You had gas.
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
Stop it.
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
Is he trying to suggest that Donna either
So,
sat on the
not in your
turnpike
60s,
for an
not in
hour,
your 70s.
or it
Not
took
quite.
her an hour to piss and get snacks and get gas? Give me a fucking break. Selman, sit the fuck down.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so
Oh my God.
the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in as stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, or let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
Was Donna chewing gum?
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Oh, young people don't drink coffee. Case closed. Did Donna have an accident and they had to go to the car wash?
Just a moment, Your
Spray
Honor.
off the inside of her seat. Do you know that? Did Donna make a boom boom? I don't know why I just said that, guys. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Please be done. Please be done. Please be done. Did Donna comb her hair? Did Donna have to stop off for a Goodwill sweater? Did Harvey have to size up his bra from a B cup to a C cup? You know if there was a Victoria's Secret along the way.
You just made a statement that I believe your
Serious.
deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
No, she just hung out outside on the turnpike for an hour while Harvey wiped the shit off of her.
At no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Case closed.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of, and did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question. As to who raised it, I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in consistent, with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes, the second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay.
Masterful.
And when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive, from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers, but if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller, and all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second.
My bets are on Georgia. Rainbow's right.
Sergeant, you may step down.
Oh, thank God.
Thanks, sir.
Thank God.
Will this There you go. Please call your next witness.
Please.
The next witness, based on his former employment, is the witness that we've asked the camera not display his face. So I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Okay, this is the FBI agent.
Very well. The witness's face is
This
not
is
to
the
be
undercover.
displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
All right.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine.
Good.
Members
I've
of
been
the jury,
waiting
the
for that.
bailiff will take you to the jury room.
This is the bump guy. Bump guy. All right, I found a video of Zellman.
You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
All right, guys, I found this video of Zellman. Oh my gosh, I cannot handle it. I can't handle it. All right. So, yes, that is from the movie not been shown. I was able to get the audio of the 18-minute phone call between Wendy and Charlie. So let's go ahead and watch that.
And I will share it with you now. Hey Wendy, what's up?
Hey big bro, what are you up to?
Not much, not much. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna give you a call back from my landline.
Oh yeah, perfect. Good idea. Call me back on mine. Hey.
Hey there, okay, that's better. What did you text me this morning?
What? Oh, this is so sweet. The murder is finally happening.
Yeah, Wendy, I don't know if this line is safe. Let me switch over to the other landline. Okay, my purple phone is way safer. Wendy, you can't say stuff like that over text.
I'm just so excited, Charlie. It's really happening.
What was that? I think I just heard something. Let me switch lines again. Okay, you need to delete that text right now. You can't be so careless.
I'm sorry. I meant to send it through WhatsApp. I'm just so excited I didn't realize.
Whatever, just get rid of it. Is the repair guy still there?
No, he just left.
Already? That's not good. Did you try to hypnotize him with your blue eyes yet?
Yeah, and he wasn't even fazed. He just kept saying, I have to get out of here. I've already told you this can't be repaired. I was trying to stall him, so I told him the remote was broken, but it took him about 2 seconds to realize that the batteries were out of it and that I was holding them.
Shoot. Okay, don't worry. Just work on some papers. Make sure you're saving them every few minutes to your computer. And then be sure to send out some emails to show that you were home.
Oh yeah, great idea.
And I'd probably make plans for later today to keep yourself busy.
Good idea. Let me text Janine and Ritu and see if they want to do lunch. A whole delicious lunch.
Okay, good. Hey, Wendy, let me switch you over to my shoe phone. Don't forget who the maestro is. We got this covered. As long as you're nowhere near the crime scene, they can't pin anything on you.
Oh man, I almost forgot. I need to pick up something for the Stock the Bar party tonight.
What do you need to get?
It just says wine or liquor or something bar related.
There's this bourbon called Bullet Bourbon. That would be hilarious. Switching to an old-timey phone now.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Let me write that on the invite.
It's spelled Bulleit.
Oui, oui, fancy, Bublé, like the singer Michael Bublé.
That's Michael Bublé, Wendy.
Well, same thing. So I'm going to work on my papers, send some emails, swing through Chescott, and go buy bourbon and meet the girls for lunch.
Hold on, our connection is bad. I'm switching to my Zach Morris phone. Whoa, way better, Mama. I must have had a really bad connection, because I could have sworn that I heard you say you want to drive by Trescott.
The statistical probability of anyone seeing me is like 1 in a million.
I'd say it's closer to 1 in 10,000, but still, you can't go to Dan's house.
It's not like I'm going to stay there. I just want to go check.
Wendy, don't blow this for us. Hold on a minute, I'm getting another call. Talk to me. Oh, hey, Mom.
Hi there, Charlie.
Ma, I got you on three-way with Wendy.
Oh, hi, Wendy. Oh, my little sunshines, today's the day. I know.
Ma, did you make sure that you called us from your brick phone?
Oh, no. Give me a second. I'll call you right back. All right, is that better?
No, I can't hear you at
Oh,
all.
whoops. I'm using an actual brick. Let me call you back on my banana phone. All right, my darlings.
Ma, you gotta tell Wendy she can't drive to the crime scene.
Oh my God, Charlie, stop being so lame.
All right, I thought they were coming back. They must have just kicked the camera or something.
Charlie, I don't see why she can't go. No one's even gonna be there. It's summertime. Everyone's on vacation. That's what I said.
Fine, Wendy, go.
Yay!
But seriously, if you see any cops there, you just gotta do a K-turn and drive right away.
God, Charlie, don't be such a downer.
Wendy, I swear to God, you better not get us caught.
Kids, everyone just calm down. There's no need to fight. And you know they would never arrest a lawyer, a surgeon, and a domestic coordinator. See?
Yeah, I know. You're right, but
I just want to point out that this is AC Slater and Jesse Spano from Saved by the Bell. And I have Donna dressed up as Mr. Belding. This is the part 4 in my Wendy series. It's called Wendy the Best Alibi.
what is she gonna do if it's all taped off?
Well, I suppose she could just say she thought it was an electrical storm or a tree fell or something. My little Wendy. Such an excellent actress, aren't you, sweetie? Thanks, Mom. I've been practicing a bunch. You want to hear? Sure, darling. Go right ahead. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm so scared! Great job, Wendy.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
Thanks. All right, well, I'll let you go. Dad and I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Okay, Mom.
Yeah, I'll tell you as soon as I know. Okay, let's do the family cheer. Even if it is a sin, the Adelsons will always win. We will say this is so sweet, the Adelsons just can't be beat. Go Adelsons, yeah! All right, I love you too.
Love you, Ma.
Love you.
That's the redacted version. So clear.
Guys, the Adelson family cheer is just too much. Yeah, I have pretty creative kids. This is literally, my mom is an absolute lunatic, so that's probably where I get a lot of my stuff. You basically, every little interjection that comes into my videos, that's just what pops into my head every time I see something. That's so accurate. That's got to be actually real. They do that. I'm surprised she didn't try to do it when Wendy came. Come on, Wendy. Do the family cheer with all of us. Do the family cheer. Yeah, I know that they, YouTube tries to keep this video quiet. Oh, let's watch a little bit of this since this is, wait. Oh, hold on, they're back.
All right.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court
And the audio is off. This is not on my end. Oh my God, that's so funny. What's going on? So we're not going to be able to see anything, anything like visual because the bump guy is going to be up there. So they're going to have, this is probably, we're going to be looking at this or the seal the whole time. Did I put up any new posts? Let me see. I don't remember. All the days are starting to run together for me. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We don't need this. Rashy's little back. Oh yeah, that was crazy. And here we've got the side by side of Wendy. Oh my, how your eyebrows have changed. Yeah, Rob on the stand made Wendy look even less credible. Hotshot, I do have it's not Cher, but it's what video? I think it's in the video with the Maniac video where I do have somebody slapping Wendy. It's actually Wendy slapping Wendy. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my goodness. Oh yes, it's in video 3. Hold on. And it's after. Okay, let's see if I can find it real quick. I could have just probably done it from that tab. All right. Let's see. Yes, we'll just put it on Donna the whole time. Good idea, Sherry. Good idea. All right, just bear with me so I can see if I can find this just on like the little pop-up parts. All right. Oh, here it is. Perfect. I love when that happens.
Then they're going to be orphans.
We'll talk.
Hold on, I've got to back it up a little bit.
lie.
And you don't.
Like, I
and
don't
then
want to
you
say
could-
he was hurt. How's he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, "Some very bad person harmed your dad." You know. Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to. I
You
know
don't
I
want
have
to
to say
expose them
something,
to
but like.
Well,
they're
and
going to
then-
be so scared. Like, what if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
We'll talk.
Cover, which you shouldn't, but we're gonna find out.
To and again,
Oh my gosh, please tell me everybody
This is an-
saw it.
They're going to be orphans.
we'll talk.
Cover, which
Wendy, very bad person, also Wendy. Oh my gosh, if I can just vicariously live through the abuse that I put Wendy under during my videos. Get the tissues out, Donna. That man tricked me right there. I told him that he was scaring me and he still talked to me. I know he handed me a letter that I didn't even open. And
on April 19th,
but I was
of
scared.
2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Uh-oh, what happened already? Donna looks scared. Donna looks scared. Yeah. She told the boys that night before Dan had even passed away. I have that in my part 7 yeah, I also have a clip of where I have Georgia challenging Wendy to a lawyer v. lawyer cage fight. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, something's going on. Yeah, Donna's going to try to intimidate the bump guy. I swear to God. Before political correctness, we referred to orphans as gruel grubbers. Stop. See, I grew up in the era of non-political correctness. It's so funny because I feel like everybody's my age. I feel like you get to a certain age and you just feel like everybody's the exact same age as you, no matter how old they are. And then I was looking at my audience analytics. I wanted to go in there and see like what different countries watched me. And my like the age of my viewers is like mostly 65 and older. I'm like, okay, they probably don't understand a lot of the nonsense references that I'm putting in here. Oh my gosh. I know. I feel like everybody's growing out of it. Everybody's so sick of it. I mean, it's just
my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83 is admitted.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper, right? Regular piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay. With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markell. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markell.
Yes.
Okay. And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number, that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone, so I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay, but if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 112, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you State's 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 117, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And States 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number, is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered?
That was answered, yeah. Correct.
Okay, there were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but.
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were... Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew, so.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the $5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper
I
and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay, and that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes,
didn't you?
I did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so you call the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think Puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say, now, or I'm going after the 100K. Right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
And you talked to him.
I did.
Right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, he
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call for another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from, but she didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
She didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then?
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markell.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
So we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? No, sir. You are released. Have a good day.
Keep them under the state subpoena so that we can call in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newman at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right, and did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
Just make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 137 through 140 are admitted.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139. Publishing 140. Restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
I'd say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table?
So, yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table, so just estimating, based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But
you understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they were having a conversation with each other. They were paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will he be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness.
State call Steve McElveen.
Oh, praise the Lord, they have no cross. That's probably the best thing I have heard all day. Thank God. Tracy. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. This is, I think this is the guy. This is the guy who cleaned up the Dolce Vita tape. And I don't know if you've heard my, I think it's the last part in the series, but I was able to clean it up even
James
more.
Keith McElveen, M.C.
I should be up there, guys. I should be up on the stand, but who would be here providing the lab?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering and forensics.
Electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have, multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio-video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant, and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing, and a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right, and did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay, so everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate?
That was Ms. McBaniel's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
These idiots. Jesus Christ.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
No, I'm pretty sure we have an objection. We don't want this to be heard by the jury. What would we classify?
No objection, Your Honor.
States
All right, I guess
132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
It seems like they're saving all of this to play all at the same time, which is going to be a whole delicious sound.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the State Attorney's Office?
No, that was Jackie St. Germain.
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the original, the processed audio that we did, and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendy Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Did you enhance and enhance? I saw something on some girl's channel. I don't know who she was, and I don't know her name, but she was fucking hilarious.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir.
And even though all she did was talk shit about my client, I was peeing my pants.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day.
I wet
Please
my
call your
shit.
next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Oh my god, that did not just that he wet his shell. Oh, I'm gonna go sit down. Just like Zellman should have. Alright, who we got in the audience? Harvey is writing down his assignment that says, I will not murder people, over and over and over. He was supposed to write it on the chalkboard, but they wouldn't let him bring it in. They don't know what they're doing, guys. I'm surprised they don't have just like general questions ready to ask them. You're like, did you know my client personally? Okay, well then how do you know that she's a murderer? How?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
Okay. It almost looked like what they call now a man bag, or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger-style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are, and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement, or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them, correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I'd never reviewed it.
All right, move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
No objection.
Jerry Pesto! Donna realizes that just because someone won the Kentucky Derby doesn't mean they make a good lawyer.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party? You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Answer! I can't. I'm sorry. We have the best chat. Nobody's going to argue me about that. I swear to God. Okay, who's going to be next? Because we still got an hour and a half. Is it going to be Charlie? And I don't know that from like any actually reputable source. That was just stated in, I read it in the Tallahassee Democrat chat. So who knows? That person could be a liar just like our little Donna. Donna. Oh my gosh, guys. You guys are too freaking funny. Oh my gosh. Well, they did have one walk on the beach. They have a picture of them like sitting by the water. Yeah, the murdering probably makes her a little bit uglier. Who's next?
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Sanford is fine. want to hear about the new wiretap, guys. I want to hear about the new wiretap. Yeah, I really hope he's mad enough to fucking throw Donna right under the fucking bus like goddamn Regina George. Smush. Okay, I like Pat Sanford too. Very credible witnesses, all of them.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Thank you.
I bet Jackie Fulford is going to bring in her jockey for an expert witness. What's it like to ride me? You're a small man, right?
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds right or not?
Correct.
September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Yeah, this was new information that they got from Louis. Yes, Willie Meggs fucked the entire investigation up. He said flat out that the Adelsons will never be charged.
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
I think this just boosts Luis's credibility even more.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 50. What does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled. Shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpeting.
The hole was still there in the carpet. Correct.
Publishing 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
State's Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it?
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markell was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markell did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? That there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markell was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, State's Exhibit 99, are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce State's 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendy Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine McBanois gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay, and specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right, and is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendy?
That's correct.
All right, managing Wendy.
Correct.
Permission to publish at this time, call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts.
Can't wait to see Donna's fucking face.
We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Oh no.
The jury will take a brief break. Then we'll escort you to the jury room.
Alright, that's fine. I want to play. That's fine. We have stuff to watch here anyway. We're not looking at that stupid state of Florida seal ever. Hi guys. Sorry, I've been partially dying. My teeth hurt so bad. I'm sure you can tell on my face.
Everyone can be seated.
That I'm broken.
So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Bring in the IT guy. Yeah, Wendy was a fucking whore. One hundo. All right. I wrote a song that I'm gonna sing live. Come for the trial and stay for the concert. This is why you come here. I'm not doing it right now though because I don't feel good. But I have, okay, what video is this? Part 7. Okay, so I have a little bit of this. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm sorry. I'm half dead. My apologies for my death today. I had a really terrible dentist that I didn't realize was like just not like I was going there for checkups and everything, and they just genuinely like didn't ever tell me when I had cavities. So I have some, you know, my mouth is probably not as good as it should be. Well, not probably, like they fucked me up. So maybe I just have a personal vendetta against fucked up dentists, and that's why this case is so passionate. Oh my God, Jackie missed a jump at that last rodeo. Then they need to tie her to a tree and put her down. I mean, isn't that the standard? Okay, let's go ahead and watch this. Yeah, Wendy doesn't drink. She's a fucking lush. No, it hurts today. It felt better yesterday. Yesterday it didn't hurt at all. Literally, I was my very, very back tooth just like broke in half when I was eating at Chipotle. I should sue Chipotle. Really, it's their fault. Just kidding. I'm not a fucking asshole. Okay, and it wasn't their fault, by the way. All right, I will shut the fuck up and we'll play this.
At about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
And as much as they were able to clean up the audio, I was able to clean it up even more.
If Payne had any, he would have already not put it more. The problem is, even if they bought this, even if they bought your whole phone, you still get no money. And even if they bump the fence, you're about to hit. And they bump your phone, there's not without anything. So my point is, how do you get people to talk? You put a smoke grenade, and then you get all the cockroaches to run out. There's smoke in the house, smoke in the house. And everyone's running and everyone's talking. You throw a smoke grenade, what do you think? If that's what it was, it's very smart because my mom kind of assaults my dad and my dad actually don't look out when he finds out. But my mom hasn't told my dad anything. But normally, obviously, if that was the cop that came from my mom, that night, when she comes home from work, she would say, guess what, I got 20. And she paid me a little visit when I'm taking the grandkids to school. And then, after I dropped them off, she was walking. And she dropped them off, and I was walking back by her son. So this person had to be wicked to the thing is a lot of times my mom takes the car and drives to the school because this person, her routine, knows who she is. Yeah. Someone may have come to the office. My dad works Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, you know, he'd probably either get him on the beach or get him at the office up there. And they may have approached my mom because my dad maybe some less carries a gun. So you never know. So, you know, you don't want to start a fucking shootout. I mean, I can say a lot about I carried on me. I mean, don't come up to me. You carried on you right now? I mean, I'm going to start carrying one on my back. Like, you know, the holster that's fits in your back. Someone comes up to me, they're going to be ready to shoot. I'm going to shoot. Someone comes up to me asking me for money in my house. Yeah, and guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor or the oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in the fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'm not going to talk anyway. I don't know much. I don't trust them. It's just not like some shit showing off tattoos to your man. Like, this is actually because these people are going to come back. They didn't go through the trouble of seeking my mom out to hit her dad and then go away. So I got two options. They're not going away. And they wish they go away and never come back. They ain't going away. The trouble they wait. Well, with the beard or with the badge? Well, I don't. Listen, if the badge comes up to you, tell them have a nice day, officer. Listen, if they want to charge you with something, charge me. If not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. No, it's very simple. It's like, if you're going to charge me.
It's only a short clip, and I'm just showing off how well I was able to get this cleaned up. My live stream with you guys is just practically my show and tell. He's such an idiot. He's such an idiot. And what a dumb jackass thing to say that, you know, the cop showed up and there's a dead gang member and an oral surgeon standing right next to him. They're not going to come down too hard on me. It's like, Charlie Ferrari, shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down.
Yeah, but things have changed a lot, though. You know what's changed a lot? There's cameras everywhere. So cops now, they have a fucking pension. When they retire, they're going to get a pension for the next 30 years. Medical, dental.
His fucking know-it-all bullshit way of talking literally just rubs me the absolute fucking wrong way. I mean, what an idiot. He's like sitting here and then he threatens, like, This is the fucking video that he basically asks Katie to have Sigfredo kill the bump guy for them. And that if he won't, he'll get somebody else to do it and he'll pay whatever it takes. Like, how dumb can you fucking be? Also, he's implicating the fuck out of, he's on coke all the time, I feel like. He's implicating the fuck out of Donna in this too, because he's just talking like me and Donna know what's going on, but she hadn't told fucking Harvey about the bump yet. Which, like, all this fucking secretism, like, is that even a word? I don't fucking know. It is now. I mean, this just shows, like, kind of the disloyalty of the family. Like, I don't fucking keep secrets from my fucking husband. Like, I tell him fucking everything. It's just insane. Like, don't tell Mom, don't tell Charlie, don't tell Wendy, don't tell Donna. Don't tell Donna the babysitter's dead.
A salary every month. If they think that, you know, the camera, look, how many cameras are here? 5? You know, I mean, they better be doing.
Okay, back on the cocaine comment. I don't remember if Jeff testified to this in court or if he just said it in his police interview. But basically, when they went to Charlie's house, that Wendy was like all fucking like uppity and like basically that Wendy had fucking done coke. She's fucking doing blow off of Charlie's fucking asshole in the bathroom.
In a place where there's not a chance that someone doesn't have a camera pointing outside the building they captured it or they're captured.
And also, okay, no, I'll shut the fuck up after this. Also, have you guys heard that there's a wiretap phone call, and you reminded me of this. There's a wiretap phone call where Donna is literally like, Charlie prescribed her fucking God only knows what, like Ativan and fucking, what's that fucking thing that everybody's always dying from? Fucking, God damn it. Fentanyl. She's like, in a glass of wine. And he literally tells her, like, he's obviously given her, like, some sort of anti-anxiety. I don't know if it's Xanax or whatever. But he tells her to take a fucking drink, like, drink also a glass of wine, which I'm sure, have you guys ever seen those wine glasses that they're, like, gigantic and they hold a full bottle of wine? Like, that's probably the glass that Donna uses. But she gets on the phone and she's like, Charlie. He's like, do you feel better, Mom? She's like, oh, yeah, it's much better. Like, she's fucking gone.
What I'm saying is that this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. Where the details come from, I don't know. The details
Okay, I said I wouldn't stop it again, and I lied. When he says they have details, what details, Charlie, would these guys have if you had nothing to do with this, you and your mommy, who literally says on the bump call right after, he says, what does this have to do with? She says, the two of us, probably. Like, you guys are so dumb. You know that one clip, and I'm pretty sure I used it in one of my videos, where he's like, you are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real, about, there's a whole song about it. All right, I'll shut the hell up, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going delirious for my teeth.
Well, one of the things, you go to the hospital, you get information. You put them in the scene and the date. The guy's name was Tuco. I don't even know who the fuck it is. This is Tuco. Tuco's person. And I know that you can help it out. Your family can help it. And our family. Now, Tuco's family needs your help. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe this will.
Please remember. Staying standing for the jurors.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
Okay.
Yes, hide your kids, hide your wife. And then Shmoyo made a song about it, and it's hilarious. And hide your husband, cause he's raping everybody out there. You don't have to come and confess. We looking for you, we gonna find you, we gonna find you. So run and tell that, homeboy, homeboy. I hope somebody knows what I'm talking about. I sent that to my stepsister, who's like much younger than me. She was probably like 4 when that video first came out. And she like didn't respond to me, and I'm like, here's what it's from, and sent her the original, and she still didn't respond to me, and I'm like, okay, I'll go ahead and sit in the corner and think about what I've done. Fulford looks a little antsy.
Everyone can be seated.
I want her to also be wearing shoes that are like way too big for her.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
We're just like, actually, we're going to watch a video from Jackie.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
What video? The hide your kids, hide your wife video, hot shot? Because what? That was hilarious. I literally know. There was a period of time where I was
Madam
watching.
Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary?
It's not important. I was watching like all their videos, so I know probably like some of their videos just by heart. And my husband and I will just randomly start singing them to each other, like the Five Guys song and the Leprechaun song.
All right,
and
we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control on the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the call along.
Please, God, make me a bird so I can fly far away from here. Pray with me,
For
chorus.
that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing.
And then they're testing your
Fulford's
audio.
like, I don't want to listen to this. This is going to implicate the fuck out of Donna. I'm listening to Jackie's music. Why does she keep talking out of the side of her mouth like that?
What's it? I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly listen.
Turtle has aged
I think that might
15
be your
years.
copy, because that's his.
It's been a week and a half. Does he not look way more elderly?
aren't
Put
gonna be
that on the
left in
other
the dark.
side, Agent Stanford. He's pulling that whole cord across his body. Does that bother anybody else, or do I just have to? Georgia is a lovely, lovely. Pray with me, Corey.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
What's your dad? Yeah, I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow.
Oh.
I know. And then that was off Monday.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's right.
That's fine. I
Are
don't
you
care.
good?
Yeah.
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds.
Janae. When she was standing on the
Because I'm in
ledge.
that demographic of guy that wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model in front of me at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. No.
So it's how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
And people see, and especially
I'm turning this up.
I know,
Well, to be honest.
I know him.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because their infinity another day, their infinity another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another
No.
day.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is
If that's what she needs to do, she's
you get Christina's where I don't ever offend her because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years, and 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with David because she was there with this lady Celia said it.
I know.
But it opened it for you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So, all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got these boys who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced with his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two that one. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worth than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like. It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do. I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me's pissed because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know if she's got her hands to something or not.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So, you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick them out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but
yeah.
Crazy about his baby. And he's actually treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Not because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. We'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right now, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
I don't need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again.
No,
She's throwing it away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve it, Dad.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was the could.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If that's what I could say, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fuck it up good. You fuck it up good. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you can.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. And really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too. But I can tell you
this. And I appreciate what you do because
I know.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say he wake up? This is not the perfect guy for you. It's glad to be good. Thank God.
I got promise. Most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like the new thing, like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I can listen on.
And after another minute, the unit going like, wake up, wake up.
Trust me, I'm up. Believe, let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So to her, and I will do my best, my best is very good. And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's got kids, and Jess only wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markell's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendy to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct, she does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything.
No,
But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the courses 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like, I still, my counseling is being in medical field, like, so I would be.
Is this 2873? No, boo. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation. We had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine McBanwa, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Catherine McBanwa through the phones. Catherine McBanwa would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So
were
was it of
occurring during those
interest to
times.
find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
gonna
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she gonna call Luis Rivera? What's she gonna do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that in evidence? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
All right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea, so didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive
And
cause him.
Is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen.
You're scared.
No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
The way she drops her head immediately. This is so good. He calls Donna like 12 times, being like, so what is it about? It's like, and then she's still like, I want to talk to you in person.
Hey, Hans.
Is that a new? Oh my God, guys. I'm pretty sure that was the wrong thing. And I'm pretty sure that was a new wire, guys. Oh, look at his face. It said, "Hey, Harv." Did anybody else hear that? Did anybody else fucking hear that? Look at the smirky little smirk.
Work for some other time in the very near future, and you need to keep with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm going to even, I'll have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the traffic over there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So we probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, he doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's hard to be talking to me today.
Tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, for really.
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, I know. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to get the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. He goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input into what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow?
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that. I think I'll do it soon.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes.
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
She does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markell, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says the both of us,
Probably both of us. Probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. Said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markell on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markell
She
anywhere
says it
on
twice.
this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to, at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
A whole delicious wiretap.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it me not paying the sun tax? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea that you went.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting you in the lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was
I'll do
looking
that
at
now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably nothing. Oh.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly because I had the day off.
Okay.
So
maybe I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
all right.
Okay?
So I need to bring cash.
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I kind of give you a that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this? Look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money for dinner. Hopefully, and see what I can hear. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, that's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after maybe 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That's a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and just walk over either, and I would like to, that's the trouble just to do today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them to not know how to
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I said it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and I make a right, and I go past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And sidewalk, and about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I can cross the street to pick up the boys this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so let's stay out here then, okay? Let's stay out here. I'll work on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
So I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to say we have to get off. You know?
Alright.
And there's going to be a check for something that's talking about.
Well, I mean, you have to get into the stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. That aren't real.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So, let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
Alright, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I'm going to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
Well, it was just a copy of all of what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of thinking if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't think it's people threaten you gotta go to the police. But let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
It won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
I'd like you to just see what you think.
yeah, no.
Right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay.
You
got it.
You can get paid for both of it, okay?
Alright, yeah, no, I'll come down, I'll see you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
alright, if it's something serious, you know I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm supposed to do.
So, alright, sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
Alright,
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right. Publish call C, please.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't have it right away. First talked to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't hat, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
and they have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So
that's why I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad flies off there.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's clear what's wanted.
What is it? Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about $5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Your turn. Lincoln's on first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll,
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever,
Yeah.
whatever
We'll go,
folks say.
we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
Alright, sounds good.
Okay?
Alright, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
Hey, Ma, I just got one more thing that I just wanted to let you know. Ont day Enchen May, they erder May. If you catch my drift. If you catch my drift. Ma, we should only talk about this in Pig Latin. If you know what I mean. We gotta be really secretive about this. I love how he tells her not to talk about it in the apartment, in the condo, as she's standing in the condo. Oh my God. What exactly do you think? I know, I wish. I want to see her face during all this. That's what I was just about to say. How much do you think Donna is trying to disassociate from this? What could she be saying to herself to make this better in her head? Because the turtle, yes, John Smith, I object. This makes my client look guilty as hell. Motion to strike. No, why? They're up for me, but they haven't, they're still like fuzzy on my computer. I feel like, I don't know, maybe they actually don't really look good and I've just told myself that they do. I thought they looked clearer, but then I looked at them again and I'm like, I don't think they do. I don't know, guys. I just need a friend. I need some help. Yeah, she's got to feel like a fucking idiot. Like, Jackie Fulford is probably going to be like, I didn't know about any of these phone calls, Judge. I didn't hear of any of these. I didn't know of any of these. I swear to God, my 10-year-old is like more prepared to be Donna's defense than these people are. He knows more about this case than Donna's lawyers do. Like 100%. Oh my gosh. No, they're idiots. They're all idiots. Well, this is the problem. These people are entitled as shit. They have gotten away. Uh-oh, what's happening?
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
Okay.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, he did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, he didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as
Wendy Adelson's alibi on the morning of the murder.
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Again, based on the same thing we discussed at sidebar.
Overrule, please clarify the question.
I don't like them talking about this, Judge.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine McManlin.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Yeah, the TV was cheaper than the Hitman, and he only knows that because he paid for both.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, like, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, leave it on. Alright, somebody, hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on. But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story. And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate. But she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school, I don't even know. But they must know her routine, they must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I mean, that's mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone.
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right. And you're like that.
I said, you got to get straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I said, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So who was stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Look what I do with my mom.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. I don't know.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Just
know.
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just as soon as I have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What about me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering, wasting your time. But if it
I
does
just
have
feel bad for
anything to do-
your mom. Like, what the hell did she? I thought that was me. What do I call her right away? Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing matte glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other text. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with him right over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
Alright, what time to finish work?
Thank you. Alright, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna call you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
Alright. No worries, kiddo.
Alright.
Alright, have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it's about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down There's a boardwalk, sidewalk along the water behind their building. And they walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's. And there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant, that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Donna is shitting herself. This one eye keeps getting smaller every single day. I don't know if anybody else. This eye is like, it's like she's just like having a stroke in front of us.
Everyone can be seated.
All right. Is he gonna yell
Ms.
at
Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on toward the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kappelman not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that you're getting to.
Well, one of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So
He says that
the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're leading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call, and that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Sit down, Fulton.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, she's pissed. Did you hear her? Thank you, Judge. You know, I used to be a judge. I don't know if you knew that. First, I used to run in the Kentucky Derby until my leg got broken, and I just barely escaped being shot. And then I was a judge for many years, probably a better judge than you. I didn't go to Costco, I didn't buy snacks, but that doesn't make me a bad judge, does it? Oh my God, guys. I can't. I mean, they're just pulling at straws. I don't want this. They shouldn't be allowed to say this twice. They're hearing it. They're reading it. They can't ask them questions about it on top of it. It's the glue from my own body that I used to make my opening poster, Judge. Do you ever use glue from your own body? I love how she's like, I respect your ruling, but now I'm going to argue against it. What an asshole. All right, guys. I will see you in the morning. I love you. Have a great day. Have a great night. I need to process everything that happened here today. This was a good day, guys. This was a good day. All right, guys. See you in the morning.